been a while. I don't remember all that's happening, but I know we're in Mahakam doing some stuff. This little blizzard action. Soldiers are happy. Point of interest here. Oh, like, this is the main story right up ahead. I'll get a reminder quickly what's happening.
We shan't pass this way.
Oh, Reynard, whatever would we do without you? Plummet off the cliff like lemmings, no doubt.
I want to see what happens now. Guess not. Nothing. And I got a lot of gold.
Meve squinted and gazed off into the distance. It seemed to her that hundreds of black patches covered the peaks on the horizon. Once she had ridden up closer, she realized these were the windows of homes carved out of solid rock.
Our pride this was,
Sighed Gabor.
Burra's Rump. A city carved out of mountain rock. Hundreds of miles of tunnels, dozens of steelworks, smithies and forges. Now, it's a vast lair to monsters. They ooze from underground, weave their nests, hatch their young, and when hunger hits them in the gut, they prowl down into the pass.
Meve stood at the entrance to the underground city. The monumental gate, cast in bronze, lay on the ground, folded multiple times as a scroll of paper. Out of blackened windows oozed a stench of rotting meat and mold. The Queen bent an ear to hear water dripping, and, in the distance, a metallic scraping. A sound akin to chitinous scales rubbing against rock.
The soldiers await your order, Your Grace,
Said Reynard quietly, as if he feared he would wake the beasts asleep in the caverns.
Do you recall my words as we fled Lyria?
Said Meve, turning to Reynard.
You swore you would retake your crown, even if you had to penetrate hell to do so.
Time to follow that oath.
The Queen inhaled deeply and stepped forward, her sword raised and prepared to strike or parry. Moments later, it was swinging, biting, as the current tenants of Burra's Rump came out to meet her.
Might take us a little bit to warm up, remember how to play.
This stench is foul.
I'd like to make it known that us gnomes don't run so fast. You know, in case you were planning to skip out on the quick.
The chase is on!
Damn it! They're hatching! Place is about to swarm with creepers!
Thing about slings, they hide well.
should have listened to me old lady.
Nothing personal, I assure you.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth? Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
All looking good.
Company! Forward march!
Nope, that one did not work. Oh, okay. I thought it was after there was another round. I was like, phew, a long round. These order cards aren't nearly as good when I don't have any, like, have anything. They basically don't do anything. It's fine, it's fine.
Oh, this stench is foul.
I'd like to make it known that us gnomes don't run so fast. You know, in case you were planning to skip up. Ah!
Ah, damn it! They're hatching! Place is about to swarm with creepers!
Press the wrong button. I don't want to start off like that. Yeah, I was gonna say, we're probably gonna get the same hand anyways, so. Difference.
Oh, this stench is...
Hi.
We'll catch 'em all!
Maybe I need to switch.
Ah, damn it! They're hatching! Place is about to...
I know what I mean. I mean, those guys set the rose on fire.
The chase is on!
Ah, should've listened to me, old lady.
Ah!
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away. Bigger they are, easier they are to tag.
What do you want of me?
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Wait, you're serious? This stench.
I'd like to make it known that us gnomes don't run so fast. You know, in case you were planning to skip out on the quick.
We'll catch 'em all!
Ah, damn it!
The chase is on! Ow!
Ah!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
It's not too late to walk away.
Help! This way! Follow me!
Though wounded, Meve approached the Sheelmar, which lay writhing on the ground. She then ran her sword through its heart, finishing it. Yet so spent was she that she lacked the strength to pull her blade from between the plates of the chitinous armor.
The beast near took me.
She whispered.
It was very close.
The Lyrians reached a vast hall that had once served the clans as their meeting room. The stone benches were covered in sticky slime and insectoid eggs, while bats of varying size hung from the crystal chandeliers. Gascon rummaged through old, weathered bones, surely hoping to find something of value. Gabor, in turn, was at a shut and locked door, grappling with it as if it were a deadly beast. The door finally gave way with a sigh, and the dwarf raised his arms in a triumphant gesture.
It's a storeroom. Should hold miners' tools aplenty,
He said, enthused.
Some barrels of alchemical brews in here too. Lucky there's no sign of moisture. They haven't soaked through. Alls we've got to do is roll them out into the corridor and set a bit of fire to them, and whoomph! We'll have sealed the beasts off from the pass once and for all.
Meve treated the dwarves' instructions as hallowed. Soon after, the mountains trembled from a powerful explosion. Rubble came down and blocked the tunnels. They say the plumes of smoke escaping the window openings in the rock could be seen as far as Aldersburg. Dark clouds hovered over the horizon, and a strong gale snapped their banners.
Damn it, a storm's coming. Gabor! Take us to the nearest settlement. We must seek shelter.
Soon the Lyrians arrived in Stuhlkamp. The town square proved full of folk. Several dozen dwarves, laden with large sacks and satchels, stood about in smaller groups. When a thick snow began to fall, the dwarves cheered. Tears streamed down the cheeks of several, but Meve could not tell if they issued from some fortuitous occurrence, or if the strong wind had wrung moisture from their eyes.
What is it we witness? Why do they rejoice at a snowstorm?
Asked Meve, pulling her hood over her head.
Well, the Blizzard's good cause to postpone their expedition by another day.
Gabor responded.
See, they've been conscripted by drawn lots to be settlers. Found homes in a village in Blackbrook Vale. 7 expeditions have gone that way already, and none survived longer than a year. Valley's cursed. No two ways about it.
Intrigued, Meve proceeded to speak with the settlers' leader. He confirmed Gabor's claim. He had buried many a previous colonist. All had been abnormally thin, pale, prematurely greyed, as if some wraith had drawn the lifeblood out of them. Once the dwarf had finished his tale, he gripped the Queen's hand firmly, and promising a generous reward, begged that she and her Lyrians accompany the expedition to Blackbrook Valley.
Tain't far. Mere few leagues north along the main road. We'll make the march much easier to ken we've a whole army. in case of any danger.
I know not how useful our swords can be against curses and spectres,
said Meave.
but leave you bereft and in need I will not. We shall march with you into Blackbrook Vale and see to it that you are safely arrived. Then we will march on.
The dwarf sped off to announce the good tidings to his settler brethren. By the time the blizzard had abated, they were ready to march.
Stay clear of Borrow's Rump! Unless you like shale Mars, that is.
Impossible. I can't believe it. Gascon, he drank a dwarf under the table.
I've said it before, I think, dear Reynard. You simply underestimate him.
going is proclaimed by formal decree of the Elder. From here on in, you're on your own, wench.
Meve had stopped and was removing packed ice from her mare's fetlocks when Gabor Zigrin approached. The dwarf squatted at the Queen's side, glanced about quickly, then started speaking in a barely audible whisper.
Your Majesty, I overheard some folk talking in the smithy. Birdies claim there's treasure, true riches, in the hills near Blackbrook Vale, south of here. Stowed away there. And nobody dares go looking for it on account of beasts that have made their lairs there. But you've got a wee army behind you. I reckon you could try. Might be worth the risk, eh?
The Queen brushed the snow from her knees and, raising a hand against the glaring sunlight, peered towards the mountains. Though tempted, she had doubts. To start, the rocky scree at their feet warned clearly of avalanches.
I shall think on it,
she answered, before vaulting into her saddle.
Catch!
I smell a leak.
We'll catch 'em all! The chase is on!
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away. Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
you mad? Don't say that!
Tell me you jest.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
All right, that's no problem.
Hey?
Cool. That's nice.
Aye.
My pain serves a purpose.
Nothing personal, I assure you.
Let's see what we got. Did all this. The only thing we didn't do is this. Which I don't want to do. I'm just gonna do that now. Hopefully there is a fast travel point back up there. I don't have to backtrack all the way up there. Okay, yeah, there is this one. So it's not too far. It's a bomb. Where did it go? Oh, that's actually insanely good. I'm not. I don't know, I guess it's decent. What is? This game's like too powerful for my console. Lags my console out every time.
What is this place?
Blackbrook Vale.
Quite lovely.
Aye, and damned dangerous. Keep your arms at the ready.
The troll right there. Oh, that didn't work. If I move either of these, it's just gonna kill one of them. Definitely need this. Definitely need to move that one, and then we need to do this one, I believe. Now it seems like we're dead. Can't touch the troll. That should die. I'll get up. Like I'm missing, so how am I supposed to get all of them across? Get this. Like, where do you go from here? I think I have an idea now. That's not what I want. This didn't work. Definitely leave the sixes. Definitely move this one. Fool's drunk now. That's a lot. That. So we're good. There's the wraith.
I smell a leak. You mad? Don't shake that!
Bigger they are, easier they are to target. Thing about slings, they hide well. Hey?
This could hurt.
Yeah, yeah! We'll catch 'em all!
And just when you thought things were about to get dull.
I wonder if they were to pull that out.
The chase is on! We must trust each other.
If anyone asks, you've not seen me.
Good option there. Still pulled it out. No, probably shouldn't have.
Blackbrook Vale. The name itself embodied infamy. Neve arrived expecting misty ravines, decrepit trees bound in spiders' webs and swarms of bats. What she saw was a warmly gurgling stream and the valley's gentle slopes blanketed in crocus blooms. Only a village of abandoned, ruined huts and a cemetery stretching to the horizon behind it attested to the valley's grim past.
The village seems shrouded in a guise. Be not deceived,
said the Queen.
Reynard! Some men to search the environs for any sign of life.
The blood-curdling roar that came from the ruins a moment later proved the Queen's caution warranted beyond any doubt.
Protect the settlers!
You mad? Don't shake that! This could hurt.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Have her done in a jiffy.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Of course, there was a speed up button.
Getting to work.
Don't know what I did, but he's a dub.
Likely the last, that one. Should be safe now.
Following the victory, the settlers' hopes seemed renewed. Could the beasts they felled have killed the previous lot of colonists? Perhaps the curse that had long hung over Blackbrook Vale was at last broken.
We thank ye, Your Majesty.
The settlers' leader said, slipping the satchel from his shoulder.
You've granted us new hope. And a new home.
The dwarves had rolled up their sleeves, were prepared to go at the huts to repair them, when one of their number cried out.
Hold! There's something here. Something freaky.
A voice most familiar, thought Meve. Yes, for it belonged to Barnabas, the rescued inventor. The gnome had elbowed his way to the fore, stood on his toes, extended his nose, and inhaled through it like a pointing hound seeking out wildlife. Ignoring all queries, Barnabas had then sat down on the brook bank, filled a glass flask with water, and was now holding it up against the sunlight, dipping into it the tip of his tongue and some strange scraps of paper extracted from the depths of the pockets of his patched coat. Finally, Barnabas stood, brushed his backside clean, and announced his findings.
Well, we know with some certainty the reason for the settlers' demise. 'Twere not beasts, no. They prowled in later, drawn by fresh graves. 'Twas the water. Oh, roll your eyes and whirl your fingers all you want, and then, here at the brook, nary a fish. All poisoned by subterranean fumes.
The dwarves hemmed, hawed, and grumbled, and were a heartbeat from abandoning the Vale for good. Then Barnabas reached into his satchel and extracted a device of his own making he termed an aqua purificator. That is to say, a water cleaner, as odd as it may seem.
You need but siphon water through this straw. Then drink up, worry-free.
Thus Meve rode out of Blackbrook Vale, deep satisfaction in her heart. The dwarves extolled her for being bold, shrewd, and wise, while Gabor ensured this praise would likewise reach the meaty ears of Elder Hoog.
We're the dwarves of Mount Carbon. Hoo-hoo-ha! Hoo-hoo-ha! The two hammers is our sign, is our sign!
The rumors Gabor had overheard were true. Scouts returned with news of a cavern at whose mouth lay rotted logs, an indication that something of great weight may have been rolled inside. Chests full of gold, for instance. Then again, paw tracks clearly showed some beasts had made the cave their home.
Right. Decision time. Enter or scramble back down,
said Gascon, rubbing his hands together for warmth.
Please hurry. This frost is downright biting.
We've scaled this high. Foolish we'd be to descend empty-handed. Fall in behind me!
The Queen took the fore, sword in one hand, torch in the other. The flickering flame's glow illuminated the cave's interior, casting long shadows. Meve was certain some horror would leap at her at any moment. And she was not at all wrong.
Crazed shower, right?
Anyone here struggle with strong reservations when entering monster-infested pits? Asking for a friend.
You mad? Don't shake that!
This could hurt.
It's not good. What can I do?
Thing about slings, they hide well. Hey?
As ordered.
Watch your heads!
Follow me! Together now! Anyone...
You mad? Don't shake that! This could hurt.
Ha!
We'll catch 'em all!
All right, that's no problem.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
Quick and painful this'll be.
Treasure trove ought to be close now. Come on.
Wait, what? What'd I even do? I have absolutely no idea how I won. What?
As soon as the last beast had fallen, the Lyrians took to seeking out the treasure. Soldiers dispersed throughout the caverns in a rush, penetrating every last corner. Finally, one called out.
Got it! Got the treasure right here! Treasure! Shiny stuff!
A number of steel-reinforced chests lay up against the cavern wall. Meve blew the dust from the lid of one and lifted it with some difficulty. She had hoped for gold and jewels, bars of Mahakaman steel at the least. Instead, she saw thousands of time-tarnished copper coins with a hole through their center.
What's this bloody crap? Tokens of some sort?
Aye, that's right. Holy Guldens, we call them. They're, currency in Mahakam. Get our wages in them. Use them to cop victuals and hooch.
What of arms, armour, tools?
Nah. Oh, that's given to us. Clan provides it. Is that what you need? Weapons? Oh, feel the Egypt now. Brought you here for no reason.
Yet these tokens, they can be exchanged for other coin, can they not? Temerian orens or Novigrad crowns?
Aye. Doable in theory. But not at all clever. Rates are crap. See, the elders keep 'em low to make life difficult for dwarven folk. Discourage 'em from leaving Mahakam.
So how can these tokens serve me?
We must trade them. Even should we get a pittance, it will be something. The soldiers demand their pay.
Ah, your bums out the windy. Fighting men want full dixies and tankards of hooch. Coins but a means to that end.
What do you suggest then?
As I've been saying, the tokens we use to purchase nourishment and mead, and what you've got in those chests, why, that'll do to fund a feast the likes of which Mahakam's not seen since Brewer was sworn in as Elder-in-Chief. The fighting men'll eat and drink their fill, carouse about and forget their due and pay right quick. And invite the local dwarves to feast with you, and the clans'll look kinder on you too.
Caution be damned.
Your Grace, I feel obliged to remind you we are at war with Nilfgaard, and every copper...
Should go to building our army, I know. But we live but once, Reynard. Sir Gabor, take the tokens, and arrange me a feast so grand that Ebdahi himself shall hear us revel.
As Meve's force could not possibly fit in a tavern, the feast was laid out in a storehouse. Crates arranged in rows served as tables and benches, while the windows were festooned with lion's foot and pasque-flower. Great barrels of mead, cognac, and vodka were rolled in, and when the soldiers saw this, they broke out in cheers and laughter that lasted till dawn.
Pour us another round, you lovable Lyrian bastards!
For he's a jolly good fare.
Sorry, a jolly good dwarf.
There was food and drink enough for the dwarves of the pass, who, with Meave's men, raised tankards in hand and voices in song the night through. To see them sharing tales and playing cards, one would not believe that anywhere down the mountains, through woods and across plains, humans and dwarves might, for the softest slight, leap at each other, murder in their eyes.
So Gabor can be in my army now. So all my other companions have left me after I make a mistake. Shouldn't he still be in there though? I don't know. Why did it act like it took him out of my army? Oh, you know what? I bet these are better than I think. I haven't actually built one unit yet. The problem is the good ones are like down here. Like this Wagenberg. We just gotta go down and to the right. Alright, let's get it.
The sound of approaching hoofbeats made Meave turn to see Reynard spurring on his panting horse, galloping at a breakneck speed towards her.
Ill tidings I bring, your grace.
Clearly. Glad tidings never arrive with such urgency.
Our scouts captured a Nilfgaardian messenger. He was traveling in disguise, and by night. When he realized his capture was imminent, he strove to destroy the letters he carried. We were able to salvage some, in parts.
Anything of interest?
Yes, there is, I fear. Your Majesty, you must listen. Consider your offer accepted. Direct Meave and her force to the agreed site. We await their arrival. Your reward shall be as agreed. Hail, Keritsa.
A traitor. We might have expected as much. Nilfgaard has shown amply that it abides only by the rules it sets. Since they have not proved able to defeat me in the field, in open battle, they seek other means. I suppose the scroll bears no name.
It does not, your grace.
The messenger. Have you questioned him?
Naturally, your grace. Alas, he knows not to whom the letter is directed. He was to leave it in an agreed spot.
I take it tidings of the whole affair have spread throughout the force?
Yes, your Majesty. The witnesses were too many to keep this fact a secret.
We must thus assume the traitor in our ranks knows it as well, and will make no attempt to retrieve the scroll. A dead end. Have we any other leads or clues?
None, I fear, your Majesty. We must be alert. Keep a keen eye on events as they unfold, and exercise great caution in forging new acquaintances.
Very well. Eyes wide open, all senses attuned. Yours in particular, Reynard.
Of course, my liege.
Ooh, our army is pissed. Now they're back to normal. Take to Dale. Missed something up there. Troll. Sounds complicated.
Aye. Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
I've done this just about opposite. Okay, let's try this again.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Okay, wait, I think this might work. Wait.
Hey?
This okay, and this.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
Aye.
Right. There, I got that up.
Should have listened to me old lady.
I keep messing up because yours is opposite. But you want to put them on the road. There is a bunch of people.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Here.
Aye.
Okay, so then put it on
Thing about slings, they hide well. Hey?
Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads.
No, that's not good.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. Aye.
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away. Bigger they are, easier they are to tag.
Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
I'm missing like one little detail.
This harvest
I'm
will
pretty
be
sure
reaping black-clad heads. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
I'm having like too many to die in this spot. Maybe I need to do...
Aye.
Put one on the board here. No, it's not gonna work. I need 3 alive like at all times.
Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
I wonder if it's gonna make me attack me. I don't have enough alive here.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Aye.
I don't know what I'm missing.
Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away. Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Okay, there we go, I guess. I pressed the wrong thing again. I don't know. The only thing we have in this is the poison ale. I mean, that's a very situational game. Backtracking action. I'm not seeing like any chests on this map.
Curse! I'd get up. I would, Your Majesty, but my arse is frozen to the ground.
Riding past a mine, Meave noticed a group of miners gathered around the entrance to a shaft. Frost had settled on their moustaches and beards, suggesting they had been there for some time. The Queen summoned Gabor and asked him to determine the reason for this sit-in. He returned after a few minutes and announced the most curious thing.
They're waiting for the knocking to stop.
Meave's frown prompted Gabor to explain in greater detail.
According to our laws, dwarves can't go into a mine if there's knocking coming from inside. We're obliged to wait for the ruckus to quieten down.
Ah, yes. Our own miners share this superstition.
Reynard interjected.
They say the knocking is that of a treasure unknown, a kind of mine ghost.
With all due respect, your miners are dimwits,
Gabor said, patting Reynard on the shoulder.
Knocking means an imminent and abrupt discharge of the potential pliable energy of rock formations. In other words, ye ken, a rock burst. Except usually it's all done in a day or two, whereas these lads have been waiting going on 2 weeks. Foreman's grown impatient. He'd like to send someone down the shaft, have him see what's at issue, but, well, the code forbids us from doing anything of the sort.
If in this manner I can gain favour among your brethren,
sighed the Queen, dismounting.
So be it. I shall descend and see what the problem is.
The shaft was too narrow to fit an entire army, so Meave and a small unit of men entered the mine, miners' lamps in hand and hearts in their mouths. The rhythmic knocking coming from the bowels of the mountains, distorted and multiplied, was unnerving. Soon the company arrived at the place that seemed the source of the knocking. Gabor put his ear to the rock and listened for several moments in silence, then struck the wall with all his might. The wall crumbled with a crash, opening a passage into another corridor, from which sprang numerous foes.
Okay. Bowels of the mountain. Right up in the mountain's ass. I want to try these, so we're going to hold those for now. Okay.
Did you hear something? What was that?
My gnome senses are telling me. Those definitely aren't ghosts.
Oh, I was like,
This
what?
could hurt.
Actually.
Watch your heads.
Ah! Who goes there? Drop your weapons!
Nay, you drop yours.
Get our asses moving.
Damn it. That works.
No time for that!
just grabbed me?
Oh, apologies, Maeve. I thought you were Reynard.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Ah!
Not supposed to be any smoke.
That was insane. Let's see if I can do that again.
Reynard! Are we winning? I can't see a bloody thing!
What? Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Stop! We surrender!
Both sides were surprised. Both fought in the weak light of torches, nearly down on hands and knees. In the end, the Queen emerged victorious, and as soon as she had returned her sword to its sheath, she asked the new prisoners a question that was on everyone's mind.
Who the devils are you?
The captives looked at each other in disbelief, as if before them stood a ghost. Finally, one of them managed to choke out a response.
Your Highness, we're your subjects.
Meve recognized the accent at once. The men came from Rivia. But what were they doing so far from home? According to the prisoner's account, after the Nilfgaardians' invasion of their kingdom, terrible poverty gripped the land. Seeking bread, some desperate inhabitants had gone to the mountains of Mahakam, engaging in wildcat mining in search of precious ores. Without asking the dwarves what they thought of this.
You know yourself, my queen,
explained one captured Riv.
They guard their treasure real jealous-like, don't care a whit about the suffering of others. They see us starving down in valley and don't lift a stubby finger.
Sadly, the Rivians had dug close to existing corridors. When Gabor destroyed the wall that stood between them and the dwarves, they were convinced they were being attacked by monsters, so they raised arms in self-defense.
Maeve, 'tis a tough nut to again,
said Gabor.
But let's nae kid ourselves. These men are thieves, and we must hand them over to the Mahakaman Guard.
So they may do what? Sentence them to hard labor, or hang them at once?
Said Reynard, his usual calm shaken and his voice raised.
These are your subjects, Queen. They coveted their neighbors' goods, true, but only because they had nought themselves.
Man, this is tough. I feel like I have to.
If dwarves left the mountains to rob the fields of Rivia,
said the Queen after some consideration.
I'd want to judge them according to our laws. Like it or not, Bruverhoog has the same right.
But, milady, you're us queen. You swore to protect us.
From harm, yes. But not from due punishment.
With a heavy heart, Meve handed the rivs over to the Mahakaman guard. What happened to them, I cannot say for certain. But they were not seen again.
Well, boys, a wee swig and we get back to work.
Unfortunate. That may be one I should just skipped. I'll give him a little bit. It's tough though. I wonder if I play through that again, I do the opposite. If I get like someone who's good, like a good card or something. They never really said who it was. Yeah, I get Geralt. That'd be funny. I swear I saw. How do I even get over there? Oh Jesus. Yeah, how the hell do I even get over here? Yeah, it doesn't look like anywhere. Oh, I gotta go in here first. Got it. My army's pissed at me too. I think I need the dwarves' help though, so I don't know. That's a lot of ghouls.
Meve's force neared Davor's abyss. Signs of beastly feasting were not hard to find. Countless paw and claw tracks were impressed in the blood-stained snow. Among the boulders, bones picked clean were strewn about. Gascon lifted one from the ground.
Empty inside,
he said.
Something sucked out the marrow.
Meve's soldiers feigned indifference to the grisly sight. They marched on, their stepped rhythm unwavering, a song on their lips. Yet hearing a slight tremolo in their voices, Meve knew they merely sought to drown out their fear. A moment later, a commander's horn sounded, the signal to halt. The Queen galloped to the fore of the column and found herself at the edge of a vast, round hole in the ground. She could not see the bottom. Meve drew her reins tight to prevent her mount from taking even one step forward.
What is this? A crater? A desiccated lake?
A mine of the strip variety.
Gabor explained.
Treasures we picked and shoveled for here. Diamonds. Till we happened on the beasts, that is.
What now?
Orion's a dam. Holds back a lake. If we can break it, water'll rush in, fill the abyss and the tunnels from which the beasts emerge. Just need to get around the mine first. Way down's on the other side.
Meve squinted and gazed into the distance. Indeed, there was the dam. And at its foot, a swarm of beasts roiled about. Her soldiers gazed at their queen expectantly, their arms at the ready. She knew well they would rush into battle, in spite of their fear.
Gabor!
Meve cried out over the whirling wind.
Have you bards here in Mahakam?
Course, your grace!
Then we shall give them good reason to compose this day, on the themes of courage, of heroism, of Lyria! Gee up!
And with that cry, the queen spurred her mount, grabbed a banner, and raising it high over her head, rushed headlong at the horrid swarm.
Everybody's pissed now.
Here's the way down. We need to break through and destroy the dam.
This could hurt. Watch your heads!
Sorry, Turnip's back for an encore.
Your Grace, monsters approach from all sides.
Tell me you jest.
We'll catch them all!
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Excellent! The dam's about to give! Oh, could murder a pint. Elder!
Excellent work!
And indeed, bards sang of this battle soon after. For no claws or fangs could break through the wall of shields the Lyrians raised that day. And no scales could protect the beasts from the Lyrians' stinging arrows and blades.
Fight! Do not relent! Let us show these beasts! It is they who should fear us!
The Queen shouted. In the end, the beasts turned to flee, yet Maeve's force cut off any chance of escape. A solid wall of men began to push the monsters ever closer to the edge of Davor's abyss. Pressed from all sides, the horrors began slipping over the precipice, screeching terribly as they fell. Silence came at last. The Queen stood at the edge of the precipice, breathing heavily, leaning on her sword. From the depths of the mine came muted growls and groans.
Let's flood the damn hole,
hissed Gabor,
before any other shite crawls out of it.
A rush of icy water suddenly rose, then just as abruptly plunged into the mine, flooding the pit. And where once lay Davor's abyss, now lay Davor's pond. Maeve descended back into the pass, exhausted and covered in beastly blood, yet also exceedingly pleased. She was one step closer to dwarven support in the war against Nilfgaard. Once the Lyrians had put some distance between themselves and the now destroyed monster lair, Maeve ordered her men to pitch camp. Then she sent the quartermaster off for food and drink. The soldiers lit campfires, then set aside their weapons. Soon after, lively music and song could be heard throughout the camp.
Your Majesty,
Reynard said from behind Maeve's back.
A messenger from the Elder-in-Chief.
The Queen turned to see a dwarf in a richly adorned jerkin and a shako with golden seams. She stifled her laugh into a smile and lifted her chin proudly, expecting praise and a pledge of aid in the war against Nilfgaard.
My lady, your daring deeds have come to the Elder's attention,
said the dwarf in a measured voice.
He's positively irate and demands an explanation.
Irate? But why? I and my men, we've aided you greatly.
Elder Hoog awaits at the Long Bridge. You'd be wise not to keep him there any length of time.
And with that, all the Queen's enthusiasm for a celebration was instantly gone. She waited until the fires expired and the songs died down, then gave the order to march.
There we go. There's finally a treasure chest. Not much in it though. Army's still pissed at me.
Gazing towards the horizon, Maeve noticed a dark shape outlined against the mantle of snow that lay on the ground. It proved a tower, toppled and broken in pieces. Around it lay the ruins of other buildings, blocks hewn out of basalt rock protruding from the permafrost.
That'd be the Clan Vidmar ruins,
said Gabor, hollering over the wind.
Ridge ones had their clan seat here till earth tremors turned all into dust. Hundreds of dwarves lived here once, and now, not a living soul.
Ah! Help! Save me!
On the contrary, there was someone midst the ruins, and said someone was clearly in trouble. Meve ordered her men to find the unfortunate soul. They returned moments later, leading a dwarf whose teeth chattered. They had found him in a ruined building where he'd sought shelter from ghouls. Judging by his appearance, the dwarf had spent the better part of a week there.
Mirko Vidmar, they call me.
He said, patting down unkempt hair that seemed to reach in all directions.
I came here seeking a family heirloom, lost in the tremors and the chaos they caused. I ken the chamber where it ought to be, but, well, beasts made their lair there. I cannot drive them off on my own. But bold warriors like you ought to cut them down in a jiffy. So, will you help?
I too have lost my home, estate,
said the Queen.
so I understand well what you feel. I shall help you recover your heirloom. Call it a whim.
Mirko Vidmar's face lit up. Though he'd spent a week besieged and eating stale biscuits, and though there was a hoarfrost in his beard, he quickly trotted to the front of the column and led the Lyrian soldiers to the underground chamber. As promised, beasts awaited there.
That's fine.
The ruins! From there they come! Drive them back!
Watch your heads!
Ah!
Catch! The chase is on!
The hell? It'd be every turn. That works.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Jeez. What even died on me? I don't even remember.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Let's get a move on before any others show up.
As soon as the fight was done, Mirko Vidmar ran towards a crate that stood on a pedestal, slipping on the now bloody floor. When the dwarf lifted the lid, precious stones spilled out.
Your heirloom? This?
Asked the Queen, rather puzzled.
I thought a pipe that belonged to your grandfather more likely.
Seems to me Brother Mirko wasn't wholly candid with us. This here's no heirloom, no family souvenir. It's the treasure trove of Clan Vidmar. We thought it gone for good.
Pressed for the truth, Mirko admitted no family sentiment had prompted this expedition. The dwarf had planned to leave Mahakam and start a new life among humans. Yet he did not wish to do so without sizable capital.
I canna stand to stay here a moment longer. The days, all of them, they're identical. Rise with the first cockscrow, march in double file to the latrine, crap on command, 12 hours down the shaft and home to sleep.
Mirko complained.
Want a wifey? Put in an application. In triplicate. Care to snip your beard? Elders got to approve it. You want to add buttermilk, not cream, to your mushroom soup? Clan council's got to debate it. How's a dwarf not to get balmy?
I understand the lad, no two ways about it.
Gabor sighed.
But I feel it's my duty to remind yous that what Mirko's going and doing here, well, there are laws. Treasure's due the Elder-in-Chief, not to Mirko, that's one. Second, any dwarf that wants to leave Mahakam can't take nothing but his breeches, his dixie and his coat. So, brief like, consider well afore you make your decision, Your Grace.
I really want to keep it to see if Mirko comes with us.
Right of state at times requires a monarch to disregard laws, as well as pledges once given.
Said Meave, shutting the crate's lid with a loud crack.
I need resources to wage war against Nilfgaard, and towards that cause I will allocate this treasure.
Those gathered in the underground hall accepted the Queen's decision in silence. Gabor merely shook his head, while Mirko jostled his way through the Lyrian infantry and into the mountains, towards human lands.
He just... How do you get Mirko to join you? Give me a second, I'm gonna look that up. Seems like my army got mad at me too for taking treasure, like what? Don't get it. Give me a sec. to the bathroom too. So anyways, I guess no matter what, that Vidmar guy, you can't recruit him. So that's fun. But then what's it called? Then apparently if you keep the treasure and Ike was still with us, he'll leave too. 'Cause he's so self-righteous. Basically keep the treasure would probably be a double negative because I'm pretty sure the dwarf that's with us is gonna get pissed off too. Oh yeah, jeez.
Frozen, all. Only the banner moves, blown by the wind.
Downright poetic. Prime material for a ballad, perhaps even a whole saga.
Get the point of them, what they were talking about, really. I mean, prove the banner, but how was that like a point of interest?
The Lyrians rode a narrow, winding path along the rocky ridge. To one side were ice-covered boulders, to the other, a chasm hundreds of feet deep.
They could have at least erected some barriers,
complained Gascon, knocking snow from his cap.
Got plans for that?
Gabor said.
Just need to decide how high to make them.
What?
Think. Should they be the height of your average dwarf or a human? The debate's gone on for 20 years. On the one hand, you've got...
Gabor did not finish his discussion. He was interrupted by the Baba Ghazi that jumped down from the rocks.
Archers, shoot! Aim for underbelly!
Neve soldiers made quick work of the lone monster. But the sound of battle spooked the horses harnessed to one of her wagons.
Whoa there! Whoa! Damn it!
The driver tried to rein in the animals, but could not. They dragged him into the chasm along with his cart and the soldiers riding it. They landed a few dozen feet below on a rocky outcropping. A moment later, Baba Ghazis swarmed everywhere.
Did you see how they fared? Anyone left alive?
Asked Meve, leaning over the cliff edge.
Worry more about their cargo.
Gascon replied.
They were also carrying chests of gold.
Blast. We can't get down there. Too steep and the snow keeps falling.
We can lower ourselves down a line. But without armor, shields, or heavy weapons, otherwise it will snap.
And the Baba Ghazis?
The Queen said, brow raised.
We shan't kill them with daggers. They're too thick of armor.
We'll have to try. Or continue on our way.
You only live once.
Meve sighed.
Gascon, round up some volunteers and let us move out.
Moments later, the Queen was lowering herself down a line straight towards the gaping maw of a Baba Ghazi. Her only armor, a woolen shirt.
It's a Baba Ghazi. Forget about it.
Careful! No one try to be a hero!
I smell a leak.
The chase is on!
Wait, what?
Careful! No one try to be a hero!
So if there is even on the right.
This could hurt.
I was like, how did I do this?
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
What is it?
Bereft of sword and shield, Meve could not withstand a single blow. She thus danced atop the frozen snow, deftly dodging the Barbegazi's lightning-fast strikes, while delivering but a few well-aimed hits of her own to their eyes, ears, and gaping jaws. When the last monster fell lifeless to the ground, Meve walked up to the shattered wagon. The soldiers it had carried were bruised, frostbitten, but alive.
Your Grace, we were sure you'd leave us.
A good ruler never abandons her folk.
Nor her gold.
Gascon interjected, while securing a rope to a chest. Soon enough, all were safely back on the path. The admiration Meve saw in her soldiers' eyes was in itself sufficient reward for her difficult battle.
Around the mountain again.
We're fresh snow today. Got a blow it.
It's down here. Looks like a, yeah, it looks like a vampire, for sure. There's a bunch. Do not let any more use your leader's ability. Okay. Oh, I think I got it. Okay, so what? That's gonna seize the lowest unit. Every 2 turns. Seize the... Oh, that's the highest. Oh, okay. So what we want to do is this. Pass. And this would be the lowest unit. So then we need to do... Let's just do them in a different order. What? First one's gonna take the highest unit, so it's gonna be that one. Now it's gonna go for the lowest unit. Let's go for the highest unit. I don't get this. I always have to eliminate both the vampires like that. How? How do you eliminate them? Yeah, I'm like completely missing something here. Oh wait, damn it, I messed up. Okay, I think I understand now. I was just like, so. Okay, not once. See the lowest unit. Okay. What's next? Okay, so every turn it's to be the highest unit. But it's not good. So the highest. This here. Oh wait, is that the button? Okay. Too easy. I thought it was gonna make me go another turn. It seems like the stupid dwarf is gonna get mad at me no matter what. The elder dwarf, so I'm not too worried about him. It's a decent one. So boost all in a row by 4. It's pretty decent. Multiple. What you doing needing that dwarf? That's fine. Sure.
Fuck, our ass is moving.
We'll catch 'em all! The chase is on!
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Hope I draw Gascon next. Good. Yeah. That's resilient. That's better.
You mad? Don't shake that!
Come on the battlefield. Come on, Harpies. Get on here so you can burn.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
This could hurt.
So much anger and suffering. For what?
Help!
We must trust each other.
Watch your heads!
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
We got a job to do.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
This could hurt.
Thing about slings, they hide well. Hey? Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
There's been a mistake. I'm no mage.
Watch your heads!
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away. Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, to die.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
It's tough. That's what I need.
What do you want of me?
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Aye.
Nothing personal, I assure you.
Okay, I want to try to get.
Watch your heads!
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Not supposed to be any smoke.
Catch!
We'll catch 'em all!
Bigger they are, easier they are to target. Thing about slings, they hide well.
Just gonna pass here. That's good miss. Getting rid of the dog. That would have been an extra like 7 for me next round. I gotta play it safe like that.
I smell a leak.
Saving all their like good cards.
The chase is on!
Shh! Cork it!
Oh, that's fucked up.
Can't get our asses moving. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
It's not too late to walk away.
I always wait to use those things and do that.
Nothing personal, I assure you.
Why are the eggs so boosted? It's honestly good for me. Crazy, they have like 4 of those, like what? That's some bullshit. Let's see. There we go. Dude, we can go all the way around. Sure, making a lot of noise for 3 people.
Meave now witnessed a sorry sight. A mass funeral for miners killed due to a tragic convergence of events. Their lead caskets lay upon the snow, wreaths of hop cones laid upon them in turn. The mourners waited for the diggers to finish. The digging was tough, for the ground was frozen. As the crunch and thud of picks and shovels continued, the dead miner's foreman scrambled onto a boulder to make a speech. Angry shouts and loud booing stopped him.
You knew it! You knew they'd smell vapors, but you ordered them to keep digging till it blew up in their faces!
Make the daily quota whatever the cost, eh?
You've blood on your nuts, whoreson!
A mourner then picked up a chunk of frozen ground and threw it at the foreman. Blood spurted from the gash that appeared on his forehead. The first dirt chunk was followed by another, then by a rock, a brick. Meave realized that if she did not intervene, the foreman stood to be stoned to death. Something had to be done quickly. Meave saw this clearly. She spurred her mount and rode into the cemetery, pushing through the throng, then stopping before the foreman, the horse shielding him from further blows.
Calm yourselves! Silence! His guilt cannot be decided here. It must!
Before Meave could finish her plea, a large rock thrown from the crowd struck her bosom, nearly knocking her from her saddle. Upon seeing this, her Lyrian escort lowered spears and drew swords and rushed at the angry mourners.
Kino Kren!
Isbel cried out. Her hands began to radiate a fierce light that blinded both dwarves and Lyrians alike.
Have you lost your minds, all of you together? Not had your fill of misfortune yet? Lower your arms at once.
Whether the power of Isbel's magic or the force of her appeal had the greater effect is difficult to say for certain. Either way, both sides suddenly lost the desire to fight. Meave breathed a sigh of relief. aware that if not for Isbel's intervention, a great amount of blood would have been spilled at that cemetery.
Listen to all the cries.
Knew there'd be a stink cause of this.
I guess I saved the foreman's life. Oh shit, it's there. Yeah, might as well just fast travel over here. It's like 2 steps over. Whatever that is. I'm blind. If you turn and draw a card, units armors are destroyed. Destroy the stone. Ours resident hero, Garth Rockstew. This is kind of weird. I don't know what any of these cards do. I want to say mana. Weird. I'm playing like Hearthstone or something right now. All set, either damage. So why wouldn't I put just the highest stuff there? Oh. What's going on? Do I just have to pass? The fuck? It wouldn't let me play anything. I have no mana though, like what?
Reckon right!
Fuck is going on, bro? What do you do? Power. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Roaches the pirate. Let me play. I'll play a 3 right now. Guess I'll do it. Like this. It's nice. Oh. It's kind of like a race. Got a little bit of a gist now. Alright, but I gotta play this first. I only have 1 mana, so I can't. All I can play is this parrot. Actually, I don't know. How much does that cost? 3.
Reckon right!
Should have 2 men. Ooh, no, I can play him. Wait, that means. Oh, he's only got 2 men.
Natural, of course.
Jinx myself a little bit. We're gonna do. Directed it.
Yes.
Game over. I mean, they did like a
Welcome
such
to
a
the
good
end.
job with this game. I mean, that's like a mini game within a game.
We've many folk today, but there's always room enough for more.
Sure. I really want to know like how many people worked on this game and everything. Like, they did incredible job. Spawn and play 2 random trinkets. Meh. Got to go up. Alright, got down and up. Yeah, I wonder how that would work out if you didn't have Isbel with you. Probably sort of fight, I'm guessing.
The Lyrians ascended
really
the
bad.
highest section of the Mahakam Range. Snow crunched under their boots, cold air stung their lungs, and the wind snapped at their cloaks. Meve wiped sweat from her brow and turned to Reynard.
There! By the rocks! We shall...
The rest of her words were drowned out by a powerful blast. The entire mountain rumbled with a low, vibrating roar. The sound grew louder, echoing off the rocks, splitting their ears. The Lyrians looked around, disoriented. Few heard Gabor's warning.
Dinna just stand there! Get behind a rock! Quick! Hurry!
Meve followed the dwarf's gaze and cried out in terror. The snow stuck to the mountainside had started to slide down the slope, sending up mists of icy dust. Before she could react, the white torrent knocked her to her knees, crushing her and smothering her into the ground. All she felt after that was all-encompassing cold and fear. Meve survived. The dwarves who ran to the Lyrians' rescue dug her out of the snow in time. Some of her soldiers were not so lucky. The Queen looked at their bodies, blue, frozen. Next to them lay dead horses, demolished wagons. The losses were enormous. Meve wiped her cheek. Her tears burned her frozen skin. Gabor spoke a while with the leader of the Mahakam Guard Patrol that had come to their rescue. His face was dour.
What? What have you learned?
I tell you all in good time. First, you need a warm drink, good victuals.
No, Gabor. I need to find out what in blazes happened here.
Well, it was an avalanche.
Of course it was an avalanche. I'm no fool. But what caused it? What was that noise?
Signal horns. Ours.
So you brought this snow down on us? Dwarves!
Well, aye, but, unawares.
Explain, in brief.
See, we clean our mount regularly. The way menfolk shovel snow off their roofs. Otherwise, the whole shebang would come tumbling down on our heads. When snow's gathered deep enough, we blast our horns to cause a controlled avalanche. Then we need to, sweep up a wee bit and the road's safe.
All well and good, but why did you decide to clean up right as I was passing through?
Wondering that myself. Schedule says next cleaning should have been a week from now, but someone asked the route to be cleared earlier.
Who?
Meve, I'll tell you. But first, promise you'll...
Kill them.
Hey. Owain ep Glenvok, the Nilfgaardian emissary. Think it were meant as revenge for attacking their caravan.
The bastard. Reynard! Reynard!
Wait! Wait! I understand you're a wee bit upset, you've every right. But you'll never prove Owain meant you harm. The sly weasel will make sure he didn't dirty his own paws.
I've no such scruples. I'll find him and kill him.
And then? How'd you tell that tale to Bruva? Meve, you're justly torped, but for the love, just this once, let it go. Or you'll leave Mahakam with near a scrap to show for it.
Moments later, scouts reported Owain was camped to the north of the accident site. Meve had to decide how much she was willing to risk to get her revenge on the Imperial emissary.
I'm starting to think, who needs the dwarf's help?
There, milady,
whispered one of the scouts.
Left of the path.
Meve squinted. The Nilfgaardians had taken shelter from the falling snow under a rocky outcropping. The smell of roasting meat wafted from their campfire, and echoes of laughter could be heard. The black-clad soldiers had reason to celebrate. They had just decimated Meve's company without even drawing their weapons. Meve's gaze caught something else. A metal container into which the Nilfgaardians tossed bones once they'd been gnawed clean. It looked strangely familiar. Only after a moment did the Queen understand it was an overturned Lyrian helmet dug out of the snowy grave of one of her men.
The Horsons.
Meave hissed.
They'll pay for this.
Meave! Asking you last time, keep a cool head.
Whispered Gabor.
You want vengeance? I get it. But think of the cost. If so much as a hair gets plucked from O'Vane's head, Bruver will never forgive you. And you can kiss any hope of aid goodbye.
Silence followed. Finally to be broken by one of the scouts.
Milady, what's the order? Do we attack?
Await my signal.
Yep.
The Queen stepped out from behind the rocks, put a hand to her mouth, and yelled,
Ovane! Ovane at Clenbog!
All laughter stopped in the Nilfgaardian camp. Moments later, a sumptuously dressed man stepped in front of the wagons. He wiped a thick sauce from his lips, then bowed with an exaggerated courtly flourish.
Queen, my condolences. That avalanche. Oh, what an unfortunate turn of events.
The mountains can be unpredictable.
Meave said with a shrug.
Accidents can happen at any time.
Oh, yes?
Even right now.
Meave leapt towards the emissary, placed 2 hands on his neck, and hurled him into a rock with all her might. The Nilfgaardian's head slammed against the stone, and his skull crumpled with a sickening crash. He fell to the ground and writhed a few final tremors.
Attack!
Meave roared.
Take no prisoners!
Dithan Quan en Lyrian.
Watch your heads!
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Take no prisoners!
Did it even let me pick my deck? I don't think it did. Let's see here. Set a unit's power equal to 0 on its left.
Life is mine now.
Wise choice.
I get so many charges. Stupid.
This harvest, reaping black-clad heads.
God, it's so wacky.
Order!
Yeah, yeah!
Of course, as you wish, master.
There's been a mistake. I'm no mage.
That was not in the spellbooks.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard!
Order will triumph! It must triumph!
Didn't work. I think I got an awful tan though, and I couldn't change it.
Gethan Quan and Lyrian!
We'll catch 'em all!
That kind of sucks. I can't pick which cards.
Life is mine now!
Take no prisoners!
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Wise choice.
The chase is on!
It honestly seems unwinnable with these fucking lame ass cards. Why?
Order!
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads. Now, how did that incantation go? My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. Of course, as you wish, master.
She keeps killing at this.
We must trust each other. Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard!
Her Majesty is exceptional.
There we go.
One will triumph. It must triumph.
It just seemed like impossible. They got like a 25 pointed for. Not even they have like a 50 pointed range. Okay, it keeps. The fact that I can't choose my deck either really fucks it. just want to play all those last.
Hey?
My boots have got sand aplenty in them.
Take no prisoners!
Your life is mine now.
Sorry, me. Get this still hole out of here. Let's do this one.
Wise choice.
I need her to kill that unit on the end. Let's see. One I can just... They don't seem to attack the dog, I will say that. Weird.
Order! The chase is on!
Now, how did that incantation go?
Do not attack the dog for whatever reason. It's so bizarre.
Of course, as you wish, master.
Order will triumph! It must triumph!
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
Praise be to the great sun!
And just when you thought things were about to get dull.
Thank God. One chance.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard!
Seems super. I'm gonna give it one more chance, but I'm not even getting close. Seems so unwinnable.
Gethan Quan and Lyrian!
Let's see here. Oh, this could be good. The problem is I can't put it next to me, but it's not possible. I guess
Take no prisoners.
Can't use that yet.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Doesn't matter, so they don't have gas gun.
Life is mine now.
Gotta save that. This could be time to use this. And what else they have? All they have is like level 9 units.
No time for that.
Wise choice.
Yeah, that one's a see if that. What? That was.
Order!
If I had Gascon, I think this could have easily been a win, but I'm still questioning it.
Yeah, yeah!
That was not in the
Get all the
spellbooks.
right things right now. Let's go.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Now, how did that incantation go?
Aye.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Death rush on one of these. You don't want to kill that one.
Order will triumph. It must triumph. Praise be to the great sun!
Why would they do that to me? They gave me some hope. I gotta play it again.
Gethen Quan and Lyrian.
Well, this can do 10.
Life is mine now.
Take no prisoners.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
You sure about that?
My boots have got sand aplenty in them.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Actually, you know what?
Wise choice.
Let's go.
Yeah, yeah!
Greetings. What is it?
Order!
Oh, could murder a pint.
Of course, as you wish, master.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
That was not in the spell books.
Praise be to the great sun!
Was she like went straight up on our side? Yeah.
Gethan Quan and Lyrian!
This could hurt.
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Take no prisoners.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Life is mine now.
For you, pal! Anything.
Wise choice.
You sure about that?
Order!
That was not in the spell books.
If anyone asks, you've not seen me.
Now, how did that incantation go?
Fear not! We shall achieve our goal!
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard!
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
Order will triumph! It must triumph! Praise be to the great sun!
Yeah.
Giffen Quan and Lyrian!
This stuff just feels like just luck. Cause it's completely luck of the draw. It's completely random who she decides to kill. First. I guess it doesn't. Actually, they don't have a lot of high cards out there right now.
Yeah, yeah!
Order!
Take no prisoners.
Go, hop, hop!
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
He already has.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Life is mine now!
Ooh, there we go. Okay, we got a chance now.
If anyone asks, you've not seen me.
Wise choice.
How did that incantation go?
Hey?
Of course, as you wish, master.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard!
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
Order will triumph! It must triumph! Dithan Quan and Lyrian!
Maybe I need to like reorder my deck. 'Cause this is the fact that it only gives you so many options. Really, when you don't get good ones, it's really tough. I mean, there's. Oof. That hand was just not. That wasn't gonna happen.
Dithan Quan and Lyrian!
This hand's pretty shitty too, except for Gabor. Yeah, restart with that too.
Dithan Quan and...
Kinda wanna try with that hand, but that hand's trash too.
Dithan Quan and Lyrian!
Yeah, that hand's even worse. They're trolling now with these trash ass hands.
Dithan Quan and Lyrian!
Definitely want to try with this. No, actually I don't. That hand's trash too. Just give me
Dithan Quan and Lyrian!
Alright. This hand I can try with. I want to start with though. I think it's good.
Yeah, yeah! Order!
Get that card up early.
Take no prisoners.
life is mine now.
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Wise choice.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
That was not in the spell books.
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
Now, how did that incantation go?
Greetings. What is it?
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard!
Seems like in a good hand, just destroying all the trashiest cars.
And just when you thought things were about to get dull.
Yeah, look, it's deleted like 3 4s in a row. Worthless.
Order will triumph! It must triumph!
So much anger and suffering. For what?
Praise be to the great sun!
My only chance. Oh, now you destroy one of them? That's fucking predetermined bullshit. Fuck out of here. They wanted me to lose that shit.
Quan and Lyrian!
No way I was that unlucky. No fucking chance. How's his hand? Fucking trash ass hand. Let's see, I got 20 more minutes. Well, I could probably put more than 20 minutes
Quan and
give this more than 20 minutes the way this bullshit's going.
Quan!
Okay. Okay, this is an interesting hand. I like this hand. Leave that. Can't use him yet either, so I think we gotta use
I think you'll really like this one.
Take no prisoners.
Hey?
It's gonna be this one.
Life is mine now.
For you, pal! Anything.
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Wise choice.
You sure about that?
Order!
Damn.
Now, how did that incantation go?
I swear she always destroys the lowest. Is that the rule? No, it says a random, but that seems like some
Of course, as you wish, master.
Praise be to the great sun!
There's been a mistake. I'm no mage.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard.
Greetings. What is it?
Gethen Quan en Lyrian.
I smell a leak.
Order!
Take no prisoners.
For you, pal! Anything.
Life is mine now.
You sure about that?
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Wise choice.
That was not in the spell books.
We'll catch 'em all!
There's been a mistake. I'm no mage. Greetings. What is it?
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard!
I'm just being stubborn at this point. I feel like what I have to do is I have to like
Gethen Quan and
shorten my deck. It's smaller because what I've got does not work.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Wise choice.
Take no prisoners.
I'm gonna let that sit up there for a while.
Aye.
I'm gonna let them just kill these two. Pretty useless. I got 6. I think it's time to get this.
Order!
Have her done in a jiffy.
Shit.
Life is mine now.
That's even worse. They just kill it right after.
Make love, not war.
That was not in the spell books.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
Now, how did that incantation go?
The chase is on! Race me to the great sun!
Killed the one.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard! Order will triumph! It must triumph!
I'll stop being stubborn. I think I gotta fix my deck. Half of my soldiers are all demoralized as well. Oh god. The game is lagging all over the place. Alright, decoy. This northern wind is not doing shit though, I'll be honest. Oh, you know what? I bet this. That's better. Honestly, Otto right now, Odo or whatever, is not doing anything for me. And actually, that might could do something. Knickers is good. Need him. Barnabas isn't doing anything. I'll leave them in there now. Okay, slingers. Alright, actually, no, I need them. Damn it. It's definitely not. I don't need these right now. Those are worthless. Cavalry. Cavalry, what is. Oh, yeah, this. I'm just gonna take them all out. I don't want that. Don't want that either. Unless I take the alchemist just to get. We got all. Oh, damn, I need 4 more. Never mind. So I need to put some of these in there. Screw it. I'll put the alchemist back and I'll put 2 of these in. Alright, let's try this again.
Meve!
Await my signal.
The Queen. Queen. Meve.
Alright. Let's try it again.
Gethan Quan and Lyrian.
My hand's still not good enough. What the fuck?
Gethan Quan and Lyrian.
This I could work with. It's gonna be tough though. Oh, this tainted ale might be really good because I can kill that Meve Avenger at the end of the game. I mean, that'll be 25 points. Let's see what I'm gonna do.
Take no prisoners.
Both of them over there.
Hey?
Alright, I need to save both these for the end of the game.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Wise choice.
My boots got sand aplenty.
Yeah, yeah! Order! life is mine now.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Bro. You have a 2 out of 3 chance to
That
pick
was
one of them.
nothing but
She
spell
doesn't. Straight up trolling. 2 out of 4. Oh my god, bro. Tell me this is not rigged.
Quick and painful this'll be.
Bro, they're trolling with that shit.
Now, how did that incantation go?
Total fucking bullshit.
No time for that.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard!
Go, pop, pop.
Order will triumph! It must triumph! Praise be to the great sun!
We should not have done this.
Uh-oh. Is Bell gone next?
Niamh showed no mercy for the Nilfgaardians in Owain ep Clenvog's camp. All would share their leader's fate. And the dwarves? As predicted, they were outraged by Meave's open attack on the Nilfgaardian emissary. Bruva Hoog suddenly called for a council of the clan elders. They debated what to do with the Lyrians for a long time. The elders, outraged the Queen had once again defied their principle of neutrality, levied a punishing financial penalty, and threatened another such incident would result in a lifetime ban from entering the Dwarven Kingdom.
Lol. Guess I made the right decision. Yeah, because I got more money from their camp, than what they took away. Bunch of fucking idiots. We're happy too. Let's see what we got. I do that, then that.
While passing the mining settlement of Kolstock, Niamh heard the sounds of battle.
Hey-ho! Into the fray, lads!
Expecting she would see monsters swarming dwarves, the Queen set off at a gallop to the rescue. Her braid blew about in the wind like a banner, showing her men in which direction to attack. The dwarves she saw, however, were not engaged in a battle against Shaelmars and Barbigazes. No, they were going at one another. Luckily, no weapons had yet been drawn, but given the dwarves have hands the size of bread loaves, this did not necessarily mean there would be no deaths.
Oi, lads!
Roared Gabor Zigrin.
What's this foolishness? Calm the hell down, damn it!
Gabor's intervention proved successful. The dwarves limited themselves to verbal jousting. Meave, who was no stranger to barrack room talk, nonetheless turned crimson at the dwarves' cursing. Piecing together the obscenities, Meave concluded they were debating an old quarrel about the height of a certain mountain, or rather of the twin peaks atop it. One of them lay in the territory of Clan Dahlberg, while the other in the Hoogsland. Each family felt their peak was the highest, all measurements indicating the contrary being total fabrications.
Queen?
Started Gabor, nervously chewing his moustache.
They're asking if you, as yin impartial and a fair-minded wench to boot, wouldn't wish to settle their Egypt squabble once and for all.
Meve knew well that this type of age-old quarrel could easily end in bloodshed, so she resolved to help. Representatives of the two clans gave her a strange mechanism she was to use to measure elevation. All that was left was for the Queen to button her coat up to the neck and scale the twin peaks.
Time to end this delicate feud, once and for all.
Yeah, bunch of fucking morons.
When she and her force had travelled half the way to the first, she heard a long roar that made snow shells detach and descend. Without waiting for her scouts to return with reports, Meve drew her sword.
So much better.
Eyes up, lads! They're flying straight for us!
Shh! Cork it!
All right, that's no problem.
Quite the clever little contraption they gave us. Work of a gnome, of course.
For you, pal! Anything.
So much anger and suffering. For what?
Ah!
Greetings. What is it?
Hey?
We'll catch 'em all!
Ah!
I have no idea what happened.
Eyes up, lads! They're flying straight for us!
The chase is on!
So much anger and suffering. For what?
Quite the clever little contraption they gave us. Work of a gnome, of course.
It's not too late to walk away.
Hey? Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
Oh. Damn. That's what it is.
My pain serves a purpose.
And just when you thought things were about to get dull.
Annoying. This one shouldn't be hard. Not really. I like where this one's going. Better than that. Oh, that's perfect.
Eyes up, lads! They're flying straight for us!
I smell a leak.
You mad? Don't shake that!
Quite the clever little contraption they gave us. Work of a gnome, of course.
Oh, could murder a pint.
Ah!
Gotta get our asses moving. No time for that.
Ah!
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Ah!
Hey?
Got him this time. I don't know why it was such a struggle the first few times.
Take those measurements and let's be gone from this place.
The Lyrians managed to repel the monsters and reach both peaks. Upon each, Meve ordered her men to take the measurements. While waiting, she admired the breathtaking view of the Mahakaman Massif. The dwarven contraption left no room for doubt. The peak within the Dahlberg clan territory was 2 feet higher than that within Hoog territory. Gabor was clearly displeased with the results.
Damn it all! I'd hoped you'd prove Brewer's clan was in the right. He'd have been content to see the Dahlbergs knocked down a peg or two, and possibly he'd have been more inclined to help you,
said the dwarf in frustration. Then, after a pause, he added,
Although, only you saw what the device showed, Queen. Perhaps you could, recalibrate the results a wee bit?
Like, what's the harm in this? Kind of dishonest, but I mean...
Alas, no matter the result I give, half the dwarves will be displeased.
said the Queen, after considering.
Thus, if we err in taking the measurements, no great harm will be done, and the benefit to us could be significant.
Gabor just nodded in agreement. The Queen issued the relevant orders and took the 4 in the march down the mountainside.
Ike is just like, that's when Ike would just disappear on you again. Like, no.
The dwarves of both clans had been waiting with bated breath for the expedition's return and report. As soon as Meve announced the results, the Hoogs rolled barrels of beer out into the square and began to celebrate. Naturally, the Dahlbergs were disappointed, yet they accepted Meve's results as final. At last, they had come to trust her.
How do it? I feel like my soldiers are pissed about that. Alright.
For frostbite, you'd best avail yourself of some
Alright. That's where we'll stop for today. Probably until next weekend. More than likely. We'll see. You never know. Actually, I don't know if I'll. Maybe Sunday night. I'm gonna be busy next weekend. So we'll see. Anyways,